it's always good to be at home, especially when you haven't been home much this year. Minnesota Twins opening up a 5-game homestand with the Detroit Tigers, and the Twins enter this homestand having played the fewest home games in the American League, so a chance for some home cooking and maybe a climb up the standings in the process. Dick Raymer and Hall of Famer Bert Blyleven with you, and of course the feature here tonight, Francisco Liriano, his first start after his no-hitter in Chicago.
Well, he's trying to do what Johnny Vandermeer did back in 1938, pitched back-to-back no-hitters. Francisco Liriano in this ball game. Now, he went in with a high ERA, but he did some things differently in this ball game, and it worked. Now, 6 walks, 2 strikeouts. No-hitter, you need good defensive plays made behind you. Danny Valencia made a great play behind Francisco Liriano.
And he entered the game, of course, with a very high ERA, so the question is, where did this no-hitter come from?
He told me last game, he says, I didn't want to get beat with my 2-seam fastball. And I said, well, we're going to put your 2-seam fastball in your back pocket and go with your 4-seam, your slider, and your changeup. I said, is that how you like to pitch? And he said, yes. I said, then that's how you're going to pitch. So that was the big thing is, the old line, keep it simple, stupid. It just, we tried to minimize and keep it to his minimum amount of pitches.
You got to love the old KISS theory. Keep it simple, stupid. That's exactly what Francisco Liriano did. The 4-seam fastball is what every outfielder, infielder wants to throw the ball across the diamond or back to the infield. That's what Liriano is throwing right now. The 2-seamer that he put back in his pocket is more like this, that he can have that ball move a little bit. But, Francisco Liriano's pitches move so much anyway, it doesn't matter whether he throws a 4 or a 2. He's got to throw strikes, and he did that against the Chicago White Sox at the right time.
First meeting of the year between the Twins and the Tigers, and it's coming up. On Fox Sports North is brought to you by Northland Ford. Visit your local Northland Ford dealer or go to northlandford.com. By Menards. Save big money on all your home improvement needs at Menards. And by a reminder from Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Designate a driver.
It is a beautiful evening here at Target Field and a welcome sight for the Twins. Happy to be back here at home. Hi from Target Field, everyone. I'm Marnie Gellner. Twins have played just 10 home games, but they're hoping that being back here in Minnesota will help spur on some better baseball, maybe even a turnaround just like the one the Detroit Tigers have experienced over the last week. The Tigers have won 6 of their last 7 games. They've beaten the Blue Jays and the Yankees in that stretch. And look at the numbers during those 7 games. A .274 team batting average. They've outscored their opponents 42-19, hit .310 with runners in scoring position. And the pitching has been pretty good, too. A team ERA of 2.61. It's been a turnaround for the Tigers after the slow start, and the Twins would love to see exactly that. Now Francisco Liriano will try to stop the Tigers in their tracks in his first start since his no-hitter.
Francisco Liriano was pitching to secure his spot in the Twins rotation. When he left the mound at the end of the night, he had secured a spot in the baseball record books. Was it enough to get Liriano back on track? That answer comes tonight. And the Twins taking the field. Francisco Liriano taking the mound. And the last time we played a game here, it was snowing. It's 80 degrees, something like that, very muggy night. And Jim Leland's first game against the Twins with a good record, or a 500 record thereabouts, against the Twins in his tenure. And Austin Jackson will lead things off. Jackson, Scott Sizemore, and Maglio Ordonez against Francisco Liriano. And that one nubbed. That's a fair ball. And Butera throws Jackson out. Just spun out of the left-handed batter's box and up the baseline for a quick out. Here's the Menards batting order for the Tigers. And as Marnie said, they've been playing very good baseball. Austin Jackson, Scott Sizemore, Maglio Ordonez, Miguel Cabrera, Victor Martinez, Johnny Peralta, Brennan Bosch, Brandon Inge, and Alex Avila.
And a scatter report on Francisco Liriano. Johnny Vandermeer, that else that needs to be said. He did back-to-back no-hitters back in 1938. And we talked about in the open, he put that two-seam fastball away. Why? Because that's what Liriano wants to do. He wants to go right at the hitters with that four-seam fastball just like that.
Hunter Wendelstedt calling outside corner twice for Liriano. 0-2 to Scott Sizemore. And now 1-2.
Now Liriano has three pitches: the fastball, the hard slider, and a very good circle changeup. Making his 7th start of the year, looking for win number 3.
Tapped foul.
Good changeup right there at 84 miles an hour.
Tigers are trying to patch a hole at second. Sizemore getting a chance to fill it in. Will Rhymes started the year at second base for them and didn't hit much. Ryan Rayburn spent some time over there. Very high. And it's 2-2. Eventually the Tigers would like to run Carlos Guillen over there a little bit, but he's been hurt again this year. That's hit to center. And Span has a long run. Welcome to Target Field. 405 feet from home plate. Sizemore is retired. 2 away. Northland Ford defense for the Twins. Rene Tassoni getting left. You've already seen Span in center. Michael Kadire in right. Valencia, Tolbert, Hughes, Morneau around the infield. Drew Butera behind the plate. This is a center field that center fielders like to play because there's room out there to run. And Span tracked down Sizemore's drive. Here's Maglio Ordonez off to a slow start.
Yeah, he's one of the Tigers hitters that have very good numbers against Francisco Liriano. 10 hits and 26 at-bats. A .385 batting average. Yeah, they say in Detroit his bad start is mainly because of that right ankle. He had that surgically repaired last year when he slid in a home plate and broke his ankle. With the cold weather and everything, he just hasn't been able to really get it loose.
3-0 with Cabrera on deck. The pain, the discomfort's been in the Achilles tendon area, which raises a whole bunch of other issues. If the bones are healed and all that, that's one thing, but that Achilles tendon can be a career ender.
Well, it's kind of like what we're talking about Joe Nathan. You end up favoring one part of your body when the other one's still kind of healing.
3-2 to Ordonez. Liriano trying to work his way back from a 3-0 count.
Well, Liriano, 27 years old, from the Dominican Republic, in his 6th season with the Twins. First came up in 2005.
And another foul off the bat of Ordonez.
Why he can that two-seamer, Dick, was what Rick Anderson talked about. Is he felt that with a two-seamer, he felt he had to aim that ball somewhere, where the four-seamer he can just let go. And he said, I didn't want to do that. I just want to rear back and let it go.
And a slider strikes out Ordonez.
A nasty slider at that.
3 up, 3 down, and Ordonez strikes out after having a 3-0 count. umpire saying yesterday, yeah, why not? He can throw another no-hitter. It'd be just fine with me. Here's his Menard batting order for the opener of this 2-game series. Denard Span, Matt Tolbert, Jason Kubel. Middle of the lineup of Borno, Valencia, and Kadir. And then Tassoni, Hughes, and Butera.
And a scatter report on tonight's starter for the Tigers, Rick Porcello, making his 7th start like Liriano. One thing the starters have done, and Marnie touched on it, how well they've been playing. Starters have been solid. Last 7 ball games, combined 6-1 with a 1.85 ERA. And Porcello, he's been a very hot pitcher, 2-0 over his last 4 starts.
Span to lead things off. He'll be followed by Tolbert and Kubel. Twins, of course, with just the 1 run scored yesterday. Strike 1 from Porcello. Tigers were struggling like the Twins have been struggling. They had a team meeting in advance of a 4-game series with the Yankees. Not the best time to have a team meeting when you got to play the Yankees for 4 games. And they lost the first game, but then they won the next 3. And then they took 3 out of 4 from Toronto. And Jim Leyland hoping his team can keep the climb going through the American League Central. Right now they're at 500, right in the middle of a 5-team division. Up and away, 2-1. And 4.5 games ahead of the Twins.
You know, Dick, managers do not like to have team meetings. You know, that's the last thing a manager wants. Ron Gardenhire had one not too long ago. Jim Leyland, a veteran manager. But the timing always has to become right, you know. He has to sense that, hey, these guys need a little wake-up call. And whatever Jim Leyland said, you know, worked for the Tigers. Now, Ron Gardenhire, the same meeting, it really hasn't worked out yet. But then again, all the injuries haven't, you know, that's been a big part of it.
And Span draws a 5-pitch walk. So Porcello, who's been pretty sharp, a little dull here in the first inning and the first at bat to Span. Here are the Tigers in the field. Brennan Bosch in left field. Fleet, Austin Jackson in center. And the veteran Maglio Ordonez in right. Inge and Peralta left side of the infield. Sizemore Cabrera the right side. And Alex Avila's done most of the catching for the Tigers this year. And he's back behind the plate again today.
Yeah, that's only the 10th walk for Porcello in 37 innings pitched.
Here's the shortstop Matt Tolbert. And there's ball 1.
Now, one thing about Porcello, he's a ground ball type pitcher when he's on. He'll get some double plays turned behind him. Porcello making his 8th career start against the Twins. 2 wins, 3 losses. Very good 2.76 ERA.
Close. Span got back. Porcello was the guy who started for Detroit, and he pitched marvelously in game 163. Didn't give the Twins much of anything to work with at all. And the Tigers gave him an early lead, and he got into the 6th inning cruising, and then the Twins pecked away at him and ended up knocking him out of the ball game in the 6th. Down and in, and it's 2-0. So 6 out of 7 out of the strike zone for Porcello here in the first inning.
Yeah, still a youngster, Porcello, in his 3rd season with the Tigers, just 22 years old. 10-game winner last year, kind of had a frustrating year. You know, first half was okay, second half was not very good. A 14-game winner in his rookie season back in 2009.
2-0 to Tolbert. Might be taking here with Porcello struggling with his control. Low, and it's 3-0 with Kubel on deck. Down the middle of strike. You'll scoff at this, but I'm going to mention it anyway, just because it's a true fact. In his last start against the Yankees, on the 5th, he threw a career-high 120 pitches.
Surprised they started him. Should take the winner off.
It's a tapper, right side, and out on a very close play. Tolbert and Porcello seem to get to the bag at about the same time. First base umpire Vic Carapazza called him out, and Span goes to second.
Yeah, Tolbert hustling down the line. This ball, as you can see, banged into the ground. Cabrera comes off and feeds Porcello, and then Porcello looked like he just got that foot on the bag before Tolbert could get his foot on the bag.
There's Jim Joyce when you need him. One down Span at second, and now Jason Kubel. Even though the Twins did not get much done offensively on the road trip, Kubel had a good road trip. And he takes ball one.
That'll be interesting to see how the Tigers go about pitching to Kubel because of what he's been able to do so far. Hitting at .347. Justin Morneau struggling a little bit behind him. This is a situation here where, you don't want Kubel to get a base hit. Tried to go inside and missed inside for the first pitch. Changeup.
2-0. Kubel started the road trip hitting .333 and ended up the road trip at .347. Porcello walked Span on 5, fell behind Tolbert 3-0 before getting him on a number. And now 2-0 to Kubel. There's a strike on the outside corner.
Jose Bautista leading the American League, hitting at .359. And then Matt Joyce of the Tampa Bay Rays hitting .351. And then Jason Kubel, third.
And strike 2. There's Rick Knapp. Worked in the Twins minor league system for many years. Tigers hired him a few years ago as their pitching coach because he emphasized throwing strikes. And here in the first inning, Porcello having a tough time doing just that. A little fly ball to left, and Bosch comes in. Kubel retired, out number 2. Twins baseball brought to you tonight in Sony High Definition. So now Morneau with a man on base, and this Twins team will start regrouping, I suspect, when Morneau starts delivering in situations like this.
I picked up a couple hits in yesterday's ball game in Boston. One of them up the middle, one of them to right field. Both singles.
2 games in less than 24 hours. We'll be interested to see where the Tigers attack Morneau. The Red Sox worked him away. And the first pitch skips across the plate, ball 1. One and 0 to Morneau. Well, he's fallen behind all 4 batters and so far has not had to pay the ultimate price.
Well, left-handers coming into this ballgame hitting .337 off of Porcello. 31 hits and 92 at-bats. And Justin 2 for 6 lifetime against Porcello.
On the outside corner, 2-1. Pitches, just 7 strikes for Porcello. Three and 1 with Valencia on deck. First base open, of course. And there's Valencia hoping for a chance here in the first inning. Very muggy night, and yes, last time we brought you Twins television from Target Field, we had, for an evening game, we had snowflakes in the air. Well, bouncer right side, Cabrera to Porcello, and even though he wobbles through the first inning with his control, Porcello has a scoreless first inning. No score after an inning. Francisco Liriano had a 3-up, 3-down inning. Hot and muggy night here at Target Field.
It's nice to say that, isn't it? The Twins have played in some cold weather so far this year.
This feels like July. It's a steamy night. Here is Miguel Cabrera. Tigers had a good series against the Blue Jays. Cabrera did not. He's a little dinged up, and he went 1 for 14 against the Blue Jays. Changeup on the outside corner, 1-1.
Oh, this guy's such a great hitter. 9th year at the major league level, just 28 years old. Came into the season a .313 career hitter with power.
And then missing the inside corner, 2-1. Johnny Vandermeer was a really good pitcher in the late 30s, early 40s.
Won 111 ball games.
To right field, and Kadire running back now and leaps up and makes the catch short of the fence. So a couple of deep fly balls to the warning track, but 4 up, 4 down for Liriano.
I think what we've seen here tonight, the ball seems to be carrying a little bit. That ball hit by Sizemore in the first inning. Took Span all the way back to the warning track and straightaway center, and right there Kadire leaps at the last second and times it perfectly. Ball into the glove for the first out.
Here's Victor Martinez, the designated hitter. The Tigers are carrying just 2 catchers, and they use them both typically in their lineup. Remember when in years past Ron Gardenhire would do that on the days when Joe Mauer DH'd and Drew Butera would catch last year, for instance. Well, the Tigers do that on a very regular occurrence.
Yeah, Victor Martinez just coming off the disabled list less than a week ago. He was on a DL with a pulled right groin.
Cat foul, and with the imminent return, we hope, of Delman Young, this is what the Twins hope Delman does if he comes back to the lineup on Friday.
Well, you can see since his return, he missed 13 ball games. He's been swinging a hot bat. This guy's a good hitter. Another career 300 hitter in his 10th major league season. Came over last year from the Cleveland Indian organization.
Through the Red Sox and eventually with Detroit. Up and away, and it's 1-2. Well, Johnny Vandermeer's name gets brought up every time somebody throws a no-hitter in their next start. Now, Justin Verlander threw one on Saturday, so when he takes the mound in a couple of days, unless Liriano repeats the no-hitter here tonight, the backstop, Johnny Vandermeer lives in infamy because he's the only guy who backed up one no-hitter with another.
Yeah, he did it back on June 11th. He pitched a no-hitter against the Boston Bees. Won that ball game 3-0. And then 4 days later, on the 15th of June, he ended up pitching a no-hitter against the Brooklyn Dodgers. Shut them down 6-0.
The Braves, long before they went to Atlanta and long before they were in Milwaukee, were in Boston. Down and in.
And Vandermeer, he pitched for the Cincinnati Reds when this happened.
Second no-hitter was on the road like Liriano's first one was. 3-2. He had Martinez 0-2, and now the counts run full with Johnny Peralta on deck. And a walk. First one for Francisco Liriano. Martinez aboard, and let's go to Marty Kellner.
Dick and Bert, you know we're always looking for questions and comments from Twins fans at carsoup.com/baseball. Tonight's question involves Francisco Liriano pitching tonight in his first game back since his no-hitter. And the question is from Mike Broyles in Wayzata, Minnesota. How did Scott Erickson and Scott Milton pitch in their starts following no-hitters with the Twins in 1994 and 1999?
Pitches up, Butera to the mound, ball 1.
And you see it right there after the no-hitters by Erickson and Milton. The next start for Erickson, 5 innings. Ended up getting a loss when he gave up 7 earned runs. And for Eric Milton, 6 innings and gave up only 2 earned runs and a no decision. We did not televise Eric Milton's no-hitter because it was a day game against the Angels.
On a Saturday morning. And that was the first no-hitter I ever saw, the Scott Erickson one. It was my pleasure to work that one. 2-0. Suddenly Liriano's having a hard time finding the strike zone. That's hit well to left field. He fell behind Peralta. And it's 2-0 Detroit. The no-hitter, the shutout.
Yeah, everything.
All of that right out the window.
In one pitch. A 2-run home run by Peralta, his third of the year. He came in 7 for 25, a .292 career hitter against Liriano. That's his second career hitter or home run against Liriano. And the Tigers take a 2-0 lead. Just left the pitch up, and Peralta's always been a good fastball hitter. Good solid swing. The ball ends up in the left field bleachers.
So 2-0 Tigers. Here's Brennan Bosch. Bosch last year had 2 seasons within 1 year. He had a great first half and a terrible second half. And what they're hoping for, and they're getting it so far, is more consistency. That's a fair ball. Morneau will go to the bag. Bosch retired, out number 2.
Well, I guess Johnny Vandermeer is still safe. They called him the Dutch Master. There are the dates that he threw consecutive shutouts. And I read where his next start, he took another no-hitter like into the 4th inning. I don't recall the guy that got the base hit, but he said he was very thankful that the guy got the base hit because he was getting so much publicity. And he said, I was starting to feel the pressure.
I'll bet the closest anyone's gotten, at least in a long time, had to be Mark Burley a couple of years ago after his perfect game. There's a bouncer to short. Tolbert has it. Burley followed his perfect game up with 5 perfect innings here at the Metrodome against the Twins.
Francisco throwing back-to-back no-hitters, but hopefully one thing that is going to change now that we're back home, and the one thing that this team is looking for a lot more with some injuries is team speed. Danny Valencia stealing a base right there. And 5 stolen bases, guys, in the last 2 ball games. The one thing with the offense struggling a little to score some runs and get some hits, expect Gardy to do a little more bunting, a little more hitting and running, and as we've seen, a lot more stealing. With Porcello on the mound, he sometimes can be a little slower to the plate. Expect Gardy to do a lot more on the base paths in the next week or so until we get all our boys back.
Hey, Coom, first of all, congratulations on being the analyst for that ball game on a no-hitter. But you're absolutely right. You know, when your club is not producing a lot of runs via the home run or the extra base hits, you have to do the little things, don't you?
You do, and everything that you don't do, with whether it's situational hitting, as Dick and I talked about while you were hanging out in Cooperstown, I might add, gets magnified. So the stolen bases and even Gardy making some moves last night trying to get guys that can run on the bases. Expect that to happen a lot more, even at home here. Even though it's 90+ degrees and 90% humidity down here, it's still a big ballpark, and we've got to run the bases and do little things right.
And you look really good with your jacket and tie on down there in that little camera well. That's probably hotter than heck.
We got 3 more seconds while this will be on.
Foul back 2-2. Well, Porcello had an adventurous ride through the first inning. He gave up a leadoff walk to Span, who was left at second base. He fell behind everybody. He's fallen behind Valencia 2-1. Now it's 2-2. Bouncer toward the hole. Peralta backhand sets and fires. And Valencia retired, 1 away. There's another Rasmussen College Student Day tomorrow when the Twins finish this quick 2-game series with the Tigers. Standing room only tickets are half price for students with valid ID. Tickets are available on the day of the game only, and they are limited, so make your plans to come out early. More information about Rasmussen College Student Days, go to twinsbaseball.com.
You know, Dick, one thing in Detroit, they've really been impressed with Peralta's play at short. He's only made 1 error, but they just say he's making every routine play. That's a nice play he made right there on Danny Valencia, having to go to his right and then backhand it and make a good throw across the diamond.
Here's Kadire, and Porcello gets ahead of him, 1 strike, and now off the end of that, 2 strikes. What's particularly odd about that is Peralta was criticized in Cleveland for his defense, and in Detroit, while he still doesn't have great range, he's making the plays that he can make.
Right. He's not going to, be flashy. And that's really what Ron Gardenhire wanted out of Alexi Casilla coming out of spring training. Just make the routine plays. And Peralta's done that.
1-2 to Kadire. Fly ball center field, and Jackson back a few steps for out number 2.
Fans, go to foxsportnorth.com and click on the Circle Me Bert to submit an email on why your sign should be circled on an upcoming home game and have a chance to visit us up in the broadcast booth. We'll reveal 2 of the sections the morning before each game. One will be listed on foxsportnorth.com. There you go, you are hereby circled. And the other one on KFAN.com.
56 years with the same man, 51 years with the same baseball team. That is commitment. Here's Rene Tassoni. 1-0. Some angry looking skies to the east of us.
Hey, before we go any deeper in the ballgame, I want to say happy birthday to Barb Mathiasen. She's Marnie's mother-in-law. She's 29 years old again today, so Barb, happy birthday to you.
Porcello set down 6 men in a row, and he hasn't given up a hit yet. It's 2-0 Detroit. Sports North is brought to you by Grand Casino. The best stories start here. By AT&T. And by Comcast. Call Comcast Business Class at 800-391-3000 to turn your business into a fast business. Threatening skies around the Twin Cities area and a 2-0 Tiger lead as we go to the third inning. Alex Avila will lead it off for Detroit.
Yeah, Avila doing a great job not only handling the staff but also putting some great numbers. 6 home runs for Avila. And it's told that Avila, Ron Coomer down in the camera well with your jacket off now. That's good.
Thank you very much.
You know what? They said Avila in spring training, Victor Martinez talked to him about going to a heavier bat. It's a 33-ounce bat, supposedly the heaviest bat that the Tigers use. Why would Victor Martinez tell him that? He said, it looks like your swing's a lot like mine, and why the heavier bat?
Well, a lot of guys do different things, and it's gone in trends, Bert. When you first came in the league, the trend was guys swung great big heavy bats and long bats. It got light, and now it's going back to the heavier bat. There's just more thunder in the bat. You hit the ball harder. The issue is you got to let the bat do the work. You can't try to muscle the bat. You got to let the barrel of the bat just kind of go. And that, to me, is the big thing. I really feel like as I get older in the league, I went to 1.5 ounce heavier bat and a 1/2 inch longer. And to me, I ended up hitting more home runs and just driving the ball much better. I wish I'd have done it as a younger player.
Don't you? Is it because of your wrist, the quickness of your hands?
Maybe you're just a little stronger as you get older, and you understand your swing a little bit better. You don't try to muscle the bat. To me, though, my whole game changed when I went to a heavier bat for the good for me.
Okay. That's interesting. I heard that. I read that, and found that interesting how a guy that goes from a light bat to a heavier bat and the reasons why. Thank you.
2-0 to Austin Jackson. First pitch of the game, and he just hit a little squibber up the first baseline, and Butera threw him out.
This is a guy that's struggling a little bit offensively, but he brings so much to the park with him. Great center fielder, but also a guy that can steal a lot of bases. Jackson really in his second year, he went to spring training wanting to hit more home runs. And now he's starting to realize that that's not me. I got to let Cabrera and Ordonez hit the home runs. I have to get on base, and he's doing a little bit better job of that as of late.
Still striking out a lot. He led the league in strikeouts last year with 170, and he struck out 47 times already this year in 36 games.
Maybe he needs a lighter bat.
This one hit pretty well to right field. Kadire going back. The ball's jumping here tonight. Off the wall, and Jackson's in at second with a double. Through the inaugural season at Target Field, there were, I believe, only 3 right-handed batters who hit home runs to the opposite field. Miguel Cabrera, Casper Wells is on this Tiger team, and Michael Kadire.
Well, I think what we're seeing, too, is the high humidity. That ball's going to jump a little bit more. And right off the wall, Kadire playing it as good as he can, but it's a double for Jackson, his 7th of the year.
3 players, and then I think Jose Bautista did it, too, the last week of the season. So runner at second, 1 down, and here's Scott Sizemore. Ball 1. Sizemore hit a warning track fly ball to center. Hit it 405 feet from home plate. Span tracked it down on the track. And missing inside, 2-0. Starting to rain, as you can see on your Sony high definition. Floats outside, 3-0.
See, Butera is going to try to get him back in the strike zone.
Misses outside, so now first and second, 1 down.
Yeah, second walk of the ball game for Liriano.
You can get involved in our broadcast. Rick Anderson's going to get involved in a discussion with Francisco Liriano. You can let us know who you think will be the Arby's value player of the game. Text the word value followed by a space and the player's name to short code 234-234. Bernard Span, Danny Valencia getting the early votes as we have a quick trip to the mound by Rick Anderson.
Well, little pointers. That's usually what pitching coaches come out to talk to pitchers about. You know, keep your shoulder in, keep that ball down in the strike zone. Don't try to try to do too much. Stay within yourself. All those little tips that Rick Anderson will try to tell Liriano, but basically, like he said in the interview, the KISS theory. Keep it simple, stupid. Just throw the ball over the plate. Trust your stuff. I don't think he called Liriano stupid right there, but.
Well, here's Ordonez. He went down swinging. Liriano fell behind him 3-0, and then he got.
I bet you Ron Krumer can attest to this too. How many times throughout his career, or even my career, ball beat foul right there, that you always tell yourself, go back to basics. What got me here? Because maybe I'm trying a little bit too much, Ron.
Absolutely. As a hitter, you do the same thing, Bert. I would simplify my approach almost to a little league type of approach where you just try to keep your eyes on the ball and track the ball. Very simple, easy things, and go to the tee. I think that's the same thing that you're talking about with Frankie.
Yeah.
Ordonez has bounced into one double play in 96 at bats. Nice stop by Morneau. He'll go to the bag. Liriano will beat Ordonez. Good stop by Morneau for out number 2.
Yeah, you have certain plays in a ball game that will save you a run, and that's what Morneau did right there. He saved the run for Liriano and the Twins, making a great play. He's playing off the line anyway for Ordonez up and diving, stopping the ball, and now the pitcher's responsibility. Get over there, and Liriano was there for the second out. So a nice defensive play by Justin.
Now, situations like this is why the Tigers really missed Victor Martinez and why they're glad to have him back now. 2 outs. First base is open. Miguel Cabrera, one of the top run producers in the game today. And the Twins are going to opt to intentionally walk Cabrera and face a veteran, a dangerous veteran hitter in Victor Martinez. Last year, the Tigers didn't have that protection for Cabrera. They're hoping that Martinez will provide it. Whoa! Hoping he'll provide it in situations like this.
But still, Cabrera still last year hit .328. He led the American League with 126 runs driven in. And only Josh Hamilton had a higher batting average. So even though they walk, pitch around, and this guy's a good hitter. And Butera going to go out and say, just throw it to me. We're walking him right here. Wow, now the trainer, Rick Krumer's coming out.
Oh, boy.
Dave Krumer, excuse me. Sorry, Dave.
Ron Gardenhire coming to the mound on an intentional ball one of an apparent intentional walk. Remember, Liriano had a bout with the flu right after his no-hitter. And they're not looking at his elbow or his shoulder or anything. They're
kind of listening what Liriano has to say. Another look at this, his feet.
Right leg kind of buckled a little bit. And he's going to get some tosses here with Brian Dunsing starting to get loose. Dunsing scheduled to start on Friday. And he says he's fine, at least nodding his head up and down.
Well, you always think if somebody had the Tommy John surgery that, you think of the elbow right away or the shoulder. Maybe tweaked the knee or something. Let's hope that's all it is.
And it's just speculation, but it is a very muggy night, and you hope that Liriano's been drinking plenty of fluids, because I'm sure by now he's worked up a pretty good sweat out there, even though it's just the 3rd inning.
And it hasn't been too many nights that these players have had to sweat like this.
That's right, yeah.
A lot of cold weather, as I mentioned before.
3-0, and it will be an intentional walk that'll be completed here to Miguel Cabrera. So now, with the Tigers already leading 2-0, 2 outs and the bases loaded, Martinez gets his chance. He drew a 1-out walk in the 2nd inning and then scored on the Peralta home run.
Well, Martinez, a switch hitter coming into the game, hitting only 200 as a right-handed hitter, but 323 from the left side.
So bases loaded, 2 gone. And ball 1. And Liriano's strike to ball ratio, which has always been an issue and wasn't in his no-hitter even as good as he would like. He's thrown 28 balls and 25 strikes.
Well, even in his no-hitter, he threw 123 pitches and 66 for strikes. So he threw more balls, one more ball than strikes. Now he's got to throw a strike right here and see if Martinez takes a pitch or if he's up there looking for the fastball.
It's 2-0. And I have a feeling Liriano's not going to be long for this night. After ball 2, Rick Anderson left the top rail and went back into the dugout, and I think they're concerned that there's something wrong with Liriano. 3-0 with the bases full. And a belt high strike. Tara caught that ball a little high, and Ron Gardenhire wondering, well, okay, what could possibly happen next?
Oh, one of those sacrifice flies right here. Put the Twins off the field.
Three and 2. So a merry-go-round now with the bases full and the count full and 2 away.
Good fastball right there, lower part of the plate, strike zone.
Base hit up the middle will score 2. Cabrera jogs to third, and the Tigers now lead at 4-0.
Well, he fell behind an account, came in with 2 strikes, and you know, even though he has a nasty slider and a changeup, they went to the fastball. And Martinez sitting on the fastball and hitting right back up the middle, driving in 2 runs, his 16th and 17th RBIs of the year.
And in this situation, and we saw it last night in the 11th inning in Boston, running the count full with 2 outs is such a dangerous thing to do with men on base. It cost the Twins the deciding run last night. Here's a liner dug out by Tolbert, and he'll flip to second. And that'll end the inning. 2 more for the Tigers in the third, and they now lead 4-0. Francisco Liriano's no-hitter. He pitched just 3 innings, and it looks like that's all he's going to pitch tonight.
Rick Anderson's talking to him right there, and then Ron Gardenhire coming over and kind of patting him on the back, and Liriano left the dugout. So we'll see if he comes back for the 4th. Oh, the trainers right there, Dave Prumer and Rick McQueen.
And strike 1 to Luke Hughes. It'll be Hughes, Butera, and Span facing Rick Porcello, who's now been handed a 4-0 lead. Brian Dunsing continuing his warm-up tosses now, so it would be apparent that Liriano will go just 3 innings here tonight. Softly hit, a couple of hops to Peralta. Hughes retired, 1 away. You can take the Twins with you wherever you go this season. Subscribe to MLB.tv and see every Twins game live or on demand on your computer and your favorite devices. Visit twinsbaseball.com to order and get more details. MLB.tv. Baseball everywhere. In-market blackout rules apply. 1 gone. Here's Drew Butera. And after the leadoff walk to Span, Porcello sent down all 7 men.
Yeah, 5 ground ball outs for Rick Porcello. So that's a big part of his game. Get those ground ball outs.
And he gets ahead of Butera, 0-2. Rain coming down a little heavier now, and Butera's gone on 3 pitches, 2 down.
Porcello picks up his first strikeout.
You can understand why Porcello was very careful with Span. He's had his best games against the Tigers. He's the subject of our window concepts, window of opportunity.
Pretty good career numbers for Denard Span against the Tigers at 372.
And so Span with 2 gone gets the first Twins hit. A little flare to left, and he has reached both times against the Tigers. Here, and Rick Porcello here tonight. Rain really starting to come down with Span aboard with 2 out. Here's Matt Tolbert on a 3-1 pitch. Span was at first after walking, and Tolbert hit a little number to Cabrera. Ball 1. Rain ponchos out. Up and away, 2-0.
Ron Kromer was talking earlier about, the Twins like to run a little bit. Now, Porcello, one of those pitchers, he'll bring that left knee up to about his belt, so maybe an extra step a Span can try to steal. You can see how high he goes with that leg kick. Not the slide step.
Two and 2.
It's almost like out of your windup. Watch how high that leg goes, almost to his chest. And that allows the runner maybe one extra step towards second base if they decide to try to run.
Then Span goes, and Tolbert chips it to left field. Bosch hardly has to move. That ends the inning. And we head to the 4th inning with Detroit up 4-0. Brian Dunsing will come out of the Twins' pen to pitch to the Tigers. Minnesota Twins baseball is brought to you by Explore Minnesota. Visit exploreminnesota.com to plan your next Minnesota vacation today. And, of course, the beautiful Lake of the Isles on the Minneapolis Chain of Lakes Regional Park, connected to Cedar Lake and Lake Calhoun, and part of the Chain of Lakes Regional Park. 5.5 million visitors every year. To talk a little bit about the tourism and a little bit about the big weekend, we have John Edmond, the director of Explore Minnesota Tourism. And I was mentioning to somebody the other day, John, this is the first time I can remember when the fishing opener didn't coincide with Mother's Day weekend. You did a nice job separating them.
We always get in trouble every time it's on Mother's Day.
Well, people who enjoy fishing, of course, are looking forward to it. And those who don't, I don't think, fully appreciate how big the fishing tourism or fishing part of the tourism industry is in Minnesota.
Well, this weekend there will be probably about 500,000 people out fishing throughout Minnesota and fishing
all on one lake.
No, not on. They don't want to tell you where they are, but they're all moving around. Yeah. And they generate $4.8 billion in economic impact. So it's a huge part of Minnesota's economy, and it's why people come to travel here.
As we go to the fourth inning, Brennan Bosch stands in against Brian Dunsing. Dunsing on in relief of Liriano, and when we get word as to why Liriano left after 3 innings, we'll pass that along to you. And the first pitch dumped into left field for a base hit. So Bosch has a single, and Dunsing will go right away to the stretch.
Well, Dunsing, who, last year started the season as a reliever, kind of this spot right here, a long man that can go 3 or 4, then put into the rotation, did a great job. This is his first outing out of the bullpen this year.
And that'll bring up Brandon Inge. Hit a bouncer to short his first time up. They gave us some fact sheets here, some facts about tourism in Minnesota, and specifically the sales tax revenue that Minnesota garners from tourism. 17% of the tax revenues in this state come from tourism. I had no idea it was that high.
It's $11 billion industry. It's comparable to agriculture in terms of its importance. A lot of people don't realize that.
And Dunsing to Inge, strike 2. So when people talk about how important it is that we keep our lakes clean, our rivers clear, and take care of our forests, it is very, very important.
People come here for the outdoors, for the resources, and also the culture like baseball.
Right.
Now, John, you guys have a new ad going on with Joe Mauer called More to Explore. Tell us a little bit about that and how Joe Mauer got involved.
Well, it was actually about a year ago. I was at an event with some folks from the Twins, and I asked, could we get Joe Mauer to do a TV spot for us? He's a good guy. He's one of us. And we asked. It took a while to get to get that online, but he finally agreed to do it last fall. He came back to visit his mom during Thanksgiving, and he agreed to do it pro bono just because he loves this state and he loves all aspects of Minnesota. So it was a real honor to have him do that.
Now, is that campaign out already? I haven't seen it, so.
Yeah, it is out, and one of the fun things about it is that when we talked to Joe, and I asked him, thanked him on behalf of the state of Minnesota, he saw the storyboards, and after he left, I asked his agent, did anybody tell Joe he had to sing? And no one actually did, but he wasn't the best singer, but no, he was really a lot of fun.
3-2 to Brandon Inge. So here's the state of affairs for the Twins real briefly on Dunsing. He's been arguably, along with Scott Baker, I guess the two best starting pitchers, with the Twins in a situation here where they've got to go to Dunsing just to get through the opener of the homestand, with Liriano being gone after 3 innings. Talk about the Governor's Fishing opener. It's up in the Grand Rapids area. You and I met a few years ago for the Governor's Deer opening up in the Grand Rapids area. There's ball 4, and the Tigers have runners at first and second with nobody out, but it's on Lake Pocakuma up there. And how many fisher men and women will be a part of the Governor's opening?
Well, there'll probably be about 250 people. Almost more than half of them are media. And the reason we have the Governor's Fishing Opener is to talk about the great lakes that we have, the fishing, the recreational opportunities. This is the 64th Governor's Fishing Opener. It's been going on a long time.
So do you feel a little added pressure to put the Governor on some fish on Saturday?
I don't, but his guide always does.
Well, the Tigers already leading 4-0, and an early threat here in the fourth with Dunsing a rarity for him this year, pitching out of the bullpen. Of course, he did it regularly the last 2 years. Avila, the number 9 hitter at the plate. That's what number 9 hitters are supposed to do. Dunsing sets and fires a sacrifice bunt. Now 2 men in scoring position for Austin Jackson.
Yeah, good bunt right there by Avila. You asked to lay it down. He does. He advanced both runners. 1 out.
Tornado warning for northern Hennepin County, and so we suggest that if you are in that area, you tune to Fox 9 weather for updates, and everybody be smart and careful about this situation. It's grown very dark here. The rain has come down, but we know in the surrounding area, particularly north and west of us, weather's a little bumpy right now. Infield in for the Twins, already down 4-0, and there's ball 1.
Now, John, how long have you been the director?
I've been director for 11 years. I've served 3 different governors of 3 different parties. And they've all been different, but it's just been a real pleasure and a joy, an honor to have this job. It's actually one of the best jobs in the state. It is.
It says here, travelers in Minnesota spend more than $33 million a day. I'll bet you there's a big gap between what travelers spend in July and what they spend in January.
Well, certainly the summer and the spring are the big tourism seasons. But what people don't realize is that over half of the economic impact is right here in the metro area. People think of tourism as resorts up north, but a lot of it is spent here in hotels and culture and arts, sports, and things like that.
Twins baseball.
Exactly.
And they go ahead and walk Jackson intentionally after Dunsing fell behind. So second intentional walk by the Twins pitchers here today.
And they're loaded up again in the 3rd inning with 2 outs. Rick Anderson coming to the mound, wanting to make sure everything's okay with Dunsing, ordinarily a strike thrower. And you walk the number 8 batter, Inge. Dunsing again groomed as a starter really from the very beginning of spring training. And he was getting loose while Liriano was trying to finish off the 3rd inning, and then had a little bit of time to get loose in the 3rd inning. Twins sent 4 men to the plate, but still I would imagine an adjustment he's going to have to make to try to get into some sort of a rhythm here and keep this game within reach.
Well, you mentioned he's scheduled to start on Friday with the off day Thursday. Everybody else can move up a day. Pavano and Blackburn.
Swing and a miss. Fastball, and Sizemore a little tardy. Sizemore walked and scored in the 3rd. Hit a warning track fly ball in the 1st. Lightning flash, and now the thunder clap. 1-1. Inside, 2-1. Well, John, I haven't even looked at the extended forecast for the Governor's fishing opener on Saturday. What are we expecting?
I think we're going to have clear lakes. The ice is out. The weather is warm, and people are going to have fun no matter what the weather.
2-1 to Sizemore. And now 3-1. Dunsing so good about throwing strikes as a starter, and a completely different result here as a relief pitcher. Dunsing 36 innings and just 10 walks. Pitching out of the rotation. And a bases loaded walk. 3rd walk of the inning. And it's 5-0.
Well, Sizemore credited with an RBI, his 4th of the year on the walk.
Of course, now Ordonez and then Cabrera. So the Tigers have a chance here in the 4th inning to break the game wide open. It's already 5-0. Ordonez with a strikeout in the 1st. And Justin Morneau robbed him of a hit in the 3rd. See if they can get 2. 6-4, 3, and that ends it. But the Tigers get a leadoff single and 3 walks. They add another run. It's 5-0. And our thanks to John Edmund for stopping by the booth.
Thank you, Dylan.
John, thank you.
Sirens going on out there as well. So tune to Fox 9 weather for important information as to where the more serious stuff is and what you should do to prepare yourself for it. Here it is raining hard. Twins are down 5-0. Jason Kubel leading off the Twins fourth, and there's strike one. Kubel hit a fly ball to left his first time up. The Twins have had one base runner on twice. That was Denard Span. Once with a walk, once with a single. Inside. Kubel, Morneau, and Valencia. Twins need to try to get something done here against Rick Porcello with their most veteran hitters, as was the case last night in Boston against Josh Beckett. Tonight against Rick Porcello, the Twins have 4 players, Span, Kubel, Morneau, and Kadire, who have 500 or more major league at bats. Kubel takes 2-2.
Yeah, Porcello really changing speeds quite well here so far. He's only given up the 1 hit to Span last inning.
Jerry Lane's the crew chief. He's at second base. He's getting soaking wet, and the rain's coming down harder. Pulled foul into the Twins dugout. We got a lot of electricity in the air.
Yeah, between innings, of course, he's the head groundskeeper, Larry DeVito. I'm sure is keeping tabs on what this storm's going to do.
And Kubel bounces one off the tip of Cabrera's glove. So Kubel hitting third for the Twins, gets a leadoff single in the fourth. Today at Target Field for the first time, the guy who normally hits third took the field. First time he took batting practice on the field. And our Sanford Health injury update regarding Joe Mauer, and he gives us the update.
And then you got to get back into baseball shape, things like that. But yeah, like I said, I still got some work to do, and I wish I knew when I would be back, and I know everybody else out there wishes too. But you just got to keep going in the right direction.
And while Joe was updating us on his situation, the grounds crew has hit the field, and we're going to have a rain delay here at Target Field, with the rain coming down very hard right now, and apparently this is going to be the case for a while.
Well, let's go back to Joe Mauer, Dick, because Joe Mauer was out early taking batting practice. He was hitting the ball over the wall. He threw a little bit, he ran a little bit, so it's still a day-to-day thing. And I got an interesting this morning in the paper from General Manager Billy Smith saying basically when Joe comes back, they expect Joe to be a catcher. because, he's getting a lot of questions, I'm sure. Why can't Joe come back and be the designated hitter? And Billy told me, hey, we have designated hitters. We have Kubel. We have Jim Thome. They want Joe Mauer back 100% behind the plate. That's when they want Joe Mauer back. Groundcrew did a great job of covering the field very quick.
They've been busier this year than last. We've had much more precipitation in varied forms. We mentioned the last time we played a night game here, it was snowing, and we played through it. But rain here tonight at Target Field with the Tigers in front 5-0. And kind of a rough way to start the homestand for the Twins. We've got a rain delay. Francisco Liriano left the game because of an injury yet to be determined. The Tigers have 5 early runs, and so we'll have some rain delay coverage for you from Target Field and other venues right after this. And it was an interesting hour at the ballpark. We're about ready to resume play, but the rain was coming down. That stopped play, and then as soon as the tarp was put on the field, the hail came down, and big stuff. I think.
I tell you, it's good timing by the ground crew to do that, and you know, after all the hail went on, you look at golf ball size hail. This is the ground crew, same ground crew that put the tarp on, now has to take all the extra ice off. But unbelievable job by the ground crew, and you know, a great job. I tip my hat to all those guys.
Jerry Lane, the crew chief for this umpiring crew, they came out and they said, all right, field's cleaned up, let's get ready to go. Now the Twins find themselves in a 5-0 hole, but Jason Kubel did start the 4th inning with a base hit. And I personally am blaming it all on Brian Dunsing, because Saturday in Boston he started the ball game for the Twins, and then they played 2 innings, and then the rain came, and then Dunsing was done. And now tonight they pull him out of the bullpen in relief of Francisco Liriano, who became ill. And then we stopped the game again. So Dunsing in his last 2 games has had games interrupted. And Justin Morneau will be the first batter Rick Porcello faces. Porcello had given up a walk and 2 singles. Twins haven't scored a run, obviously, but they do have a leadoff single to work with.
Well, so many ball clubs always say, well, there's 45 minutes, depending on, you know, if it goes over 45 minutes, that pitcher will not go back out on that mound. But here you got a 22-year-old kid that, you know, I mean, he's got a 5-0 lead, 4th inning. Of course he wants to go back out. I'm sure he went back in, changed, you know, and I'm sure did some stretching, did what he needed to do for this opportunity right here.
He may have done what Clay Buchholz did Saturday in Boston. Had the luxury of having a cage with a mound. He may have thrown some as if he had continued on and pitched through the 4th and the 5th inning. And we'll see how far he can go with Justin Morneau and at the plate and Jason Kubel at first.
Well, Porcello has thrown exactly 50 pitches in this ball game, 28 for strikes. He's given up 2 hits, the leadoff single here to Jason Kubel, and then a single to Denard Span with 2 outs in the 3rd inning. 1 strikeout for Porcello, no walks. Excuse me, 1 walk. He walked Span to lead off the ball game.
Morneau in the 1st inning with Span at 2nd and 2 down. Had a 3-1 count and hit a little number to Miguel Cabrera. Strike 1.
I don't think I've ever seen hail like that before, Dick. Even living down in Florida, I mean, it just never seen it. Living up here in Minnesota, California, never seen that type of hail. How about yourself?
Yeah, it hailed for so long a period of time, about 10-15 minutes it seemed like. 2 strikes to Morneau, and then the size of the hailstones are big enough to do some damage to cars and other things. But
yeah, I'm looking forward to going out. Which car did you drive? Did you drive the
I brought
the
the 64 Volkswagen Bug.
You didn't drive the Benz today?
Yeah. No, I didn't. Don't have a Benz. 2 strikes to Morneau, and off the handle of the bat to the screen.
That's not your Benz that's out there?
No. Well, the Twins hoping that the delay somehow will turn around their fortunes here against Porcello and the Tigers, down 5-0 in the dirt. Nice block by Avila, and it's 1-2. Come back after many rain delay in your career, and I think we talked about this Sunday from Fenway Park. The longest rain delay you think you maybe came back from?
Probably a couple hours, yeah, at the old Met.
And an off-speed pitch, and Morneau flips it foul.
Wow, this rain delay 1 hour and 4 minutes to be exact.
So Porcello will try again on 1-2 to Morneau. Here's a drive to center, and Jackson with the catch. Morneau hit it on the button for the first out of the 4th inning. And that'll bring up Valencia. Valencia with a bouncer to short his first time up. Valencia involved in a controversial play late last night. A play that led to the ejection of Ron Gardenhire. Valencia backed away from a pitch, checked his swing. Joe West, the home plate umpire, heard something he thought was a foul tip, called it a strike on Valencia, who mildly protested. And then Ron Gardenhire came out and kept advancing toward home plate, so Joe West ejected the Twins manager. And I asked Valencia today, he said no, the ball did not hit his bat.
I saw an instant replay on that, and it did not hit his bat. And you know, Gardy, as again I mentioned last night, as a manager, you go out and protect your players. Now, just so happened at Fenway Park, you know, you go out. I mean, it's a good country mile to get from the dugout over to home plate, and about halfway, Joe West told Gardy to stop. And why? I mean, Gardy has a right to question, you know, that call. And he's also protecting Danny Valencia. What if Valencia had kept on? He might have got tossed.
2-2. I understand the Valencia part, but Gardy knows too. Umpires are protected from discussions about balls and strikes.
Joe West just had to be appear.
Well,
he had to appear again.
I feel even awkward defending Joe West, but there's a chopper to third. And Inge over the bag fires across to Cabrera. Valencia retired. Kubel to second base.
Yeah, nice play right there by Inge at third base. Brandon Inge coming in and making a nice play.
That'll bring up Michael Kadire. You know, we tend to focus so much about the pitchers, and you get to see Inge right after the delay. He's got to make kind of an athletic play here.
Yeah, Brandon Inge comes in, gets that second hop, and on the run. You can see it. Timing it right there. Okay, all on the run, exchange, and then making a good throw.
So a runner at second, 2 down, and here's Kadire. I imagine it's important for position players every bit as much as pitchers to stay loose, keep your legs stretched out.
Well, there's so much equipment down in the clubhouses nowadays.
Right.
You know, even on the visitor side, you can ride the bike, you can do so many different things.
And a strike, 1-1.
Usually they'll come in and say, hey, the game's going to start in 10, 15 minutes. You know, guys, get ready. Just like they would for a normal game.
See Dunsing there. He went back out of the dugout toward the clubhouse, but perhaps toward the batting cages to stay loose during the rain delay. Kadire checks his swing, and it's 2-1. A luxury you did not have, I venture to say, in just about every major league park you pitched in.
Well, they had coffee pots, and that kept me going.
Two and 1. Twins hoping to get the first run of the game against Porcello. 3-1. And Tassoni on deck.
Should get a pitch to handle here.
Two-hopper to third. And Inge across to end the inning. Kubel left at second. Twins have left 2 men there and have come up empty through 4 against Porcello. Well, thankfully the hail wasn't baseball size. We're at Target Field. Ron Coomer, Marty Gellner, Bert Bladov, and Dick Bramer all here after a rain delay, hail delay of just over an hour. Miguel Cabrera will lead off the 5th inning. Now the Tigers do have a 5-0 lead. Brian Dunsing did have some control issues when he gave up a run in the 4th, but he also did get a potentially big double play ball off the bat of Maglio Ordonez. Bases were loaded, 1 out, and Dunsing kept the damage from his control problems to a minimum. 1-1 to Cabrera. Two and 1. A lot of Cabreras in our division. Miguel the best. Cleveland's got Asdrubal in Orlando. And now 3-1. And that gets into center field. Did it hit Dunsing? He appears to be all right. A rocket. I don't know if he tried to stop it or get his foot out of the way.
I think he just tried to get out of the way.
Good for him.
Or not, yeah.
He's had
a 3-1 pitch right there. Miguel Cabrera looking fastball, and he got it and lined right back up the middle. Take a look right here. Dunsing trying to keep the ball down.
Yep, right between the feet. So a leadoff single for the Tigers, and that'll get Victor Martinez to the plate. Twins intentionally walked Miguel Cabrera in the 3rd to fill the bases, and then Martinez got into a favorable count and lined a 2-run single. Foul, back, strike 1. Of course, Victor Martinez was the mainstay behind the plate for the Cleveland Indians on a couple of really good teams for them.
Played 8 seasons for the Cleveland Indians. They traded over to the Boston Red Sox in 2009 and then traded over to the Tigers.
Probably should have asked the question while we were in Boston over the weekend, but I always figured it would be a slam dunk for this guy to stay there. After being acquired by the Indians, the assumption was that they would do with him what they ended up doing with Adrian Gonzalez, which was acquire a player via trade, then work out an extension. Now, Victor Martinez has never been known as a great defensive catcher, but a switch hitter extraordinaire. The power from both sides of the plate.
Oh, where are you going to put him? DH?
Well, I don't know. Jason Varitek, Jared Saltalamacchia. I don't know that either one of them is.
I think for Martinez, catching every day is behind him now.
Right. That's to right center field. And that's going to run all the way to the wall. Miguel Cabrera to 3rd. They're going to wave him around. Victor Martinez trots gingerly into second base. The throw errant and then ultimately backed up by Dunsing. So it's an RBI double for Martinez. He's got 3 runs batted in.
Yeah, again, Martinez put on a disabled list because of a right groin injury, and you mentioned, rounding first. He knows it's a double. He's not going to try to stretch it into 3, but that ball hit the other way for Martinez, his 8th double of the year, now with 18 RBIs.
So nobody out, and another rough inning for Dunsing. Here's Johnny Peralta. When Dunsing started Saturday at Fenway Park and then did not come back after the rain delay after the 2nd inning, he was replaced by Kevin Slowey, who had just been activated. And Ron Gardenhire said after that game, Slowey went 4 innings, that they were going to give him time off almost as if he had started a game and gone 4 innings, giving him 4 days. So the 4 days would be Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then the Twins have an off day on Thursday. If not for that, you might have seen Slowey do in Liriano's start what he ended up doing in Dunsing's start at Fenway Park. but the decision's been made to not go to Slowey.
And you see Rick Anderson on the phone out to the bullpen. Dunsing really struggling with his control. 31 total pitches, 19 not over the plate.
And that one almost hit him.
That's his 4th walk. Now 1 intentional, but his 4th walk in this outing.
Arby's and Fox Sports North are giving you a chance to win a trip for 2 to Fort Myers, Florida. Hey, half the team's there on a rehab assignment right now. You can simply pick up an Arby's It's Good Mood Food code card every Friday at any participating Arby's. Then log on to foxsportsnorth.com, click on the Fan Zone tab, and enter the code for the chance to win. To enter, you must be a member of the Fan Zone and be 18 or older. Visit foxsportsnorth.com for complete contest details. So Dunsing had a rough 4th inning, and the 5th inning hasn't started any better. Alex Burnett, keeping in mind here, we're just in the 5th inning.
Yeah, Rick Anderson going out to try to settle down Dunsing, get him back in the strike zone. It's hard sometimes, you know, when he's made 6 starts, then your start gets shortened because of the rain delay, and now all of a sudden you're expected to go out and be the long man. But it's something that Dunsing, you know, he needs to accomplish right here, and that's get out of this inning.
Here's Bosch hoping Dunsing is to get another ground ball double play. Oh, how about
there
that?
You go.
There's one.
That's a good trip by Rick Anderson.
And a double play. So second double play that Dunsing has coached in as many innings. Each going Tolbert to Hughes to Morneau.
Good job, Rick Anderson.
Hey, what about me?
What about you?
I called it.
Well, it's all about you, isn't it?
Well, it's as fundamental as it is and tailor-made as it is. It's nice to see double plays like this turn. That's been one of the issues for the Twins over the last, well, since the start of the season. Not turning the routine standard double play. Martinez advanced to 3rd, 2 away, and here's Inge. A foul pop back into the seats. For the Tigers, 2 in the 2nd, 2 in the 3rd, 1 in the 4th, 1 in the 5th. Tigers in the offseason had a lot of money taken off their payroll to the tune of $60 million, and they came back and re-signed Inge.
He signed a 2-year contract with a club option for 2013, and this guy has been with the Tigers, signed with the Tigers back in 1989. This is his 11th major league season. That puts a lot back into the community.
Tigers don't have one, but you just get the impression from a distance that if they had a captain, this would be the guy. I think everybody in the clubhouse really respects Brandon Inge. Bouncer to 3rd. Valencia is going to have a long throw. He throws a strike to Morneau. The inning ends. A couple of hits and a walk. Another run for Detroit in the 5th.
As we begin the bottom of the 5th inning, I'm Marnie Gellner, way up in section 318 at Target Field in the Minnesota Lottery Winner's Circle with $100 worth of scratch-off tickets. I don't know how we're going to separate these tickets, but look at this group. This is just part of a group of 700 men, women, and children who are here in the support of breast cancer research and awareness for the Susan G. Komen Foundation. And Kathy is here as a representative of the group. She is a breast cancer survivor. Tell us why the group of 700 is at a Twins game tonight.
We are here tonight in support of our nonprofit organization called Pink Courage, in addition to the 3-day that is happening this August. We're here to raise awareness and funds in the fight against breast cancer.
And most of you were at Mall of America on Sunday, on Mother's Day, doing that walk as well, right?
We were there as well on Sunday doing the Mother's Day walk, yes.
Rene Tassone hits his first Major League home run, driving it to right center and clearing the big scoreboard out there.
Oh, the Pink Courage right there, highlighting what Marnie was talking about. Maybe gave a little inspiration to Rene Tassone. Tassone hitting his first Major League home run, and the Twins are on the board. High fastball. Hit right into the flower bed right there and stayed there for the home run.
And now Luke Hughes, ball one. Marnie, back to you.
Dick, yeah, thank you, and thanks to Kathy and your group for being here. Maybe you guys brought the Twins a little luck here tonight.
We hope so. Thanks for having us on.
You're very welcome. Congratulations. Best of luck in your fight against breast cancer.
Very nice. Thank you, Marnie.
2-0. And a tapper foul. Hughes has had some memorable moments in his handful of Major League at-bats, including his first Major League at-bat against the Tigers at Comerica Park in an opposite field home run.
That coming back in late April of last year.
2-2. Tigers getting a home run today. Peralta hit one with a man aboard, their 30th. Tassone's the 16th home run for the Twins this year. And a tapper foul. Well, the Tigers now have scored 168 runs. And the Twins have scored 105. So, again, the Tigers scoring 50% more runs, roughly, than the Twins. That's fouled over the roof of the Twins dugout. Now the Tigers have allowed now 34 home runs, more than they've hit, which is remarkable because in April they had 10 games in a row where they didn't give up a home run. And now 3-2 to Hughes.
I mentioned before, right in the open, that the last 7 ball games, the Tigers are 6-1, and their starters combined 1.85 earned run average.
And Porcello walks the number 8 batter. And it'll bring up Drew Butera. Friday night, it's another Lifetime Fitness Friday. The Twins will be hosting Toronto. And if you have a ticket to a Friday game, you can log on to lifetimefitness.com/twins and get a complimentary 7-day pass to Lifetime Fitness. There are tickets available for Friday night's game, so give a call to 800-33-TWINS or visit twinsbaseball.com and get your seats. Rick Knapp to the mound. You have to have 5 innings completed. Could be 4.5. But you have to do that for a game to be considered official. And if you're a starting pitcher, regardless of what the score is, you've got to complete 5 innings to qualify for a win. And Porcello still has 3 outs to go here. Here's Butera. Fly ball to center. Hit right at Austin Jackson. And Butera's retired on a pitch. And that'll bring up Denard Span.
Well, Span got the Twins' first hit with 2 outs in the 3rd inning. He jumped on the first pitch from Porcello and hit it into left field.
Villarreal. And I believe that's Perry warming up. At the knees, strike 1.
Francisco Liriano came into this ball game after pitching a no-hitter in Chicago. And Johnny Peralta ruined the back-to-back no-hitters with a 2-run home run in the 2nd.
Toward the line, Bosch with a running catch. Span retired, out number 2. And on Saturday afternoon, Justin Verlander almost threw a perfect game.
He had a walk in the 8th inning. That was the only blemish he had. 4 strikeouts. Ended up striking out Rajay Davis to end that ball game and his 2nd no-hitter.
Which is why he had a very modest reaction to completing the no-hitter. He'd been there before. One strike to Tolbert. And now 2 strikes. The word on Trevor Plouffe, who had been playing short for the Twins, he has a slight strain of his right hamstring. He will not play tonight. He won't play tomorrow. The Twins have an off day on Thursday. And then he will be reevaluated in the hopes that he'll be healed and ready to go on Friday. Foul back.
Yeah, he was out earlier this afternoon doing some running, some left to right, some straight away. See if they could loosen that up a little bit. There's Trevor.
Bouncer to short. Inning starts with a home run. There's a walk in there. But the Twins get just 1 in the 5th. Porcello has completed 5 innings. Rene Tassoni's hit his first major league home run.
Tomorrow's game certainly looking like another steamy day across the area. Looking at a first pitch temperature of 83 degrees. Not only that, lingering moisture in the area, so not out of the question that we run into a thunderstorm in some spots.
Well, we got potentially more serious weather tomorrow. It's 6-1 here. We've had some interesting, well, we had a target field first. We had a game stopped by rain, and then we had some serious hail. hit the area. Alex Burnett coming on in relief of Brian Dunsing, who came on in relief of Francisco Liriano.
Yeah, Alex Burnett worked a couple times in that Boston series, making his 8th appearance overall. He last worked on a Sunday, where he worked 1 shutout inning.
You know, sadly, this homestand might leave the Twins bullpen in pretty much the same situation it was in when we left the last homestand. The Twins had a short start from Francisco Liriano and then Nick Blackburn, and they hit the road even with a scheduled off day and a rainout. They hit the road pretty much tapped out of the bullpen. Well, now here tonight, Liriano left after 3. Dunsing had a couple innings out of the bullpen. He's a starting pitcher. And now here's Burnett, who's entered the game in the 6th inning. 1-1.
You know, the staff already 12 deep. Sometimes you think, you know, I mean, how much is enough? You know, Liriano, I mean, I know he was sick, but sometimes you just got to eat it up and just, you know, stay out there and take one for the team.
Well, the Twins do have Scott Baker going for the nightcap tomorrow, and Baker's been really, really good for a number of starts in a row. 2-1 to Avila. Tapper right side. Hughes gets in front of it and throws him out. I'll bet you think with the rain and the hail and all that we wouldn't have an AT&T trivia question for you tonight. You'd be wrong. Who were the catchers for the no-hitters of Scott Erickson and Eric Milton?
Oh, good question.
Now, the Milton one, I know, even though I wasn't there. And I was there for the Scott Erickson one. And I'm trying
now,
to
the one with the Milton one is a guy that grew up in this area?
Yes, yes. And what he was doing in the lineup on a Saturday morning, I have no idea. Knowing him, probably because he wanted to.
Yep. That man was a gamer, I'll tell you.
He sure was. And still is. He's just not playing anymore.
Well, he's playing.
That's true. He is playing.
He's still playing. But now he's playing a new
Town
role.
team ball, right? 1-2 to Austin Jackson. Sharply hit off the hip of Valencia and into left field.
That got the shoulder right there of Danny Valencia. A vicious hop, and Danny kind of kneeling over. That got him pretty good in that left shoulder. Should be an infield bear or a base hit. Yeah, look at that ball come up. Well, maybe off the left arm. Yep.
The hot corner.
Yeah, they call it the hot corner for a reason, don't they?
Here's Scott Sizemore.
And it is a base hit for Jackson, his 2nd hit.
Jackson gives the Tigers a pretty good base running and stealing threat when he's on the bases. And he's been on the bases now 3 times in a row.
He stole 27 bases last year for the Tigers. 3 so far this year in 5 attempts.
Belt high strike. Indians are leading the Rays 4-2. If they win, the Twins lose, and it's an 11-game lead for Cleveland. Indians back at home after a pretty impressive West Coast trip. Jackson took off, didn't get a real good jump, almost as if Jim Leyland might have put the hit and run on there. Kind of a delayed departure from first base and looking in toward home plate all the while. 2 strikes to Sizemore. And all 3rd strike, 2 down.
Good fastball, inner half of the plate. And Alex Burnett picks up a strikeout. 2nd out of the inning.
And now Ordonez. Ordonez 0 for 3. Tigers have 7 hits. Jackson with a couple. Martinez with a couple. Runner goes, and Jackson safe at second. A steal of second with 2 down here in the 6th.
Yeah, Jackson's got a pretty good lead right there off of Burnett and took off. His 4th stolen base of the year. He gets into scoring position. Good jump. Butera, strong throw, but Jackson just beat it.
And a bouncer. Foul between Gene Lamont and the line. 1-1.
Ordonez, a 6-time All-Star, 37 years old, from Venezuela, in his 7th season with the Tigers.
That the Tigers faded down the stretch in the race last year had a lot to do with losing Ordonez to his broken ankle. He had finally bounced back from a couple of disappointing years and was a very productive hitter for them. And last year, as you see, was hitting .303, and it just seemed like one of those harmless plays. And he slid across home plate and was done for the year.
Yeah, that happened in the end of July.
Missing inside. 2-2. The American League Central has the, by far, largest margin between top and bottom, with Cleveland winning 2/3 of its games and the Twins struggling. There's a 10-game gap between first and last place. And then, as we said, the Tigers right in the middle, 5.5 out and playing .500 baseball. 3-2 with 2 gone. Ordonez bounces it foul. Royals lost to the Yankees. They've got a tough assignment at Yankee Stadium. How about their move to call up Eric Hosmer, their outstanding prospect, who was tearing up AAA pitching. 3-2 to Ordonez. And finally, Burnett strikes him out to end the inning. So the Tigers don't score for the first time since the first inning. It's 6-1. Tigers got the first 6 runs. We'll see how many the Twins can answer with. For the Quest high-speed pitch. Brought to you by Quest High-Speed Internet.
Rick Porcello, after 5 innings, taken out of the ball game, clocked as high as 93, and Liriano, after 3 innings, came down with the flu again at 93 miles an hour.
Well, a new Detroit pitcher with Rick Porcello having gone 5 innings. Brad Thomas comes out of the pen to pitch to the Twins in the 6th.
Yeah, Brad Thomas, former Minnesota Twin back in 2001, 3 and 4. Had a pretty good comeback year last year, making his 12th appearance. He won 6 games out of that bullpen last year for the Tigers. The bullpen been a little shaky for the Tigers. Combined 3 and 6, a very high 5.40 ERA.
And Thomas, a big part of the inflated numbers. You saw his very high opponent batting average and a lot of walks. And he pitches inside to Kubel, ball 1. Kubel, Morneau, and Valencia. And the Twins hoping to climb out of a big 6-0 deficit here in the middle innings. Now it's 6-1. 2-0. Fouled away. 2-1.
Yeah, Brad Thomas, 33 years old, from Sydney, Australia. Sure, he and Luke Hughes got together before the ball game and said, "How you doing, mate?" "Good. How you doing, mate?"
Might have a chance to pitch to Hughes here in the 6th or 7th inning. 3-1. Angels have a 5-0 lead over the White Sox out on the West Coast. White Sox typically play pretty well out there in Anaheim. Lifted foul, out of play. 3-2. Kubel 1 for 2. The average at 350. He has stayed within himself while those around him have really struggled.
Yeah, and that shows a lot, what Jason Kubel's doing, because, he knows he can't pick up the guys around him. All he can do is take care of himself, and he's done that.
And he fouled it straight back. Seventh pitch of the at bat coming up. And Kubel draws a walk. So the leadoff man is on, with Morneau coming to the plate. We believe the answers to the trivia question include Terry Steinbach. I'm going to go with Matt Wahlbeck in the other one. And it was Matt Wahlbeck. Switch hitting catcher the Twins had.
What was that in the media?
No, I guessed. He was the regular catcher for 3-4 years there. Well, here's Morneau. Tapper to first, and then he lined out to the center fielder Jackson in the 4th inning. Off the plate, ball 1. That's to left. One's hanging in the air for Bosch. 1 down. So Morneau 0 for 3. That time, though, he hit the ball to the opposite field. He hit it off the end of the bat. Fox Sports North supports the Boys and Girls Clubs. You can join Michael Kadayer at the annual Kids in the City event Thursday, May 26th at Target Center. Celebrate the accomplishments of the Boys and Girls Club youth by attending a family event with sports celebrities, college athletes, team mascots, and other special guests. Log on to foxsportsnorth.com and click on the Fox Sports North Supports banner for details. Here's Valencia. A couple of ground balls to the left side. And he takes up high, ball 1. Now inside 2-0. Twins for a while there kind of cornered the market with Australians. Told the story before how they had at one point 17 players from Australia in their system. Tap foul, 2-1.
Brad Thomas, one of those Australians. He was in the minor league system of the Twins from '99 to 2003. There's Luke Hughes.
Bouncer to short. And the Tigers have a chance to turn 2, and they do. And Kubel walks to start the inning, but Thomas faces just 3 men on the 6th. And does some things we haven't seen before here at Target Field.
Well, Francisco Liriano gave up lost his no-hitter on a 2-run home run by Johnny Peralta in the 2nd inning. Liriano, no pitch right there. They went out and checked him. They ended up taking him out after 3 innings. And then the rain and the hail came. Hour and 4-minute rain delay or hail delay. Rene Tassoni, how about that, huh? His first Major League home run. And that's really been it for the Twins. Twins only have 3 hits over the first 6 innings.
Cabrera, Martinez, Peralta, middle of the Tiger lineup facing Alex Burnett. Inside. 1-1. Earlier this year, Cabrera hit the 250th home run of his career. 2-1. Three and 1.
Thing about Cabrera, he's a big man anyway. At 6'4", about 240, and he has power to all fields. Pitch him hard in, he can hit it over the left field wall. You pitch him away. We seen him last year hit it over the right field wall here. Big swing right there.
Full count. Chopper to third, foul ball. You know, when Alex Rodriguez emerged as a power hitter, that's one of the things that really, I think, impressed everybody in baseball. His ability to hit the ball out to right field, to center field, to left field. And what a blessing it must be if you're a power hitter and you can do that. You, I would think, would be less apt to fall into some bad habits like we're talking about Justin Morneau pulling off the ball and trying to pull the ball and drive it and hit home runs. But if you can hit the ball straight away or go the other way and hit it out, which we've seen Justin do in his MVP season, then you're not going to get into those bad habits.
And then taking a walk like he did right there. Not too much at the plate. Just, good eye. Hey, it was out of the strike zone. For the Twins, that's their 8th walk of this ball game. Now 2 intentional, but
there's one driven to the gap in left center field, and Victor Martinez is having a whale of a night. And he will go to second. He'll get there. He made it to second base. Cabrera held at third. And so the leadoff walk on the 7th followed immediately by a double by Victor Martinez.
Yeah, back-to-back doubles for Martinez. 3 for 3 in a ball game. Jumping on that first fastball. Again, Martinez, a better left-handed hitter, hitting .323 coming into this at-bat. Taking a first pitch the other way. Well, Cabrera held up at third base. But Martinez now with 9 doubles on the year.
Well, I think his double in the 5th inning as a right-handed batter went to the opposite field gap. Well, the Twins bringing the infield halfway in. They don't expect Miguel Cabrera is going to be too anxious to sprint home on a ground ball. We'll see if Burnett can get a ground ball with Peralta at the plate. Fox Tracks, by the way, brought to you by Carrier. Inside, 2-0. Tigers last year really struggled on the road. They won only 29 games on the road. Another reason that they faded back in the race.
Yeah, they were just 2-7 here at Target Field.
Flared into the seats. They only had one winning road trip all year long. And so this year, if they win this ball game tonight, they'll be 10-11 on the road, playing much better baseball.
Manager Jim Leyland in his 6th season as manager of the Tigers.
Earlier this year, he got his 1,500th career win as a manager. And the other day, Mike Scioscia got his 1,000th.
Right.
And a Gatorade bat from Torrey Hunter. Leland second on the active managerial list to his mentor, Tony La Russa, who's going to miss some time now with shingles. Jim Hoey, a losing pitcher in the ballgame last night, warming up. Tony La Russa is going to take some time away from the Cardinals because of shingles. 3-2 to Peralta. And a foul off his foot. Peralta started the scoring with a 2-run home run.
Take a look at this right here. That left instep. Ouch.
Now, in your days when you hit pre-designated hitter, how many times did you do that?
I never did that.
Really?
No, I didn't swing hard enough. You have to make contact first.
And that'll load the bases. So Burnett having a tough time of it here. The Twins were hoping he'd get through 7 innings.
Another walk by the pitching staff. That's 9 in the ball game.
A couple of them intentional walks, but nonetheless, that's way too many free passes. Here's Brennan Bosch. See the patch on the sleeve of the Tiger uniform, Sparky 11. in honor of Hall of Fame manager Sparky Anderson, who passed away. Indians have a patch honoring Bob Feller, who,
number 19.
That's to left center. Span over. He won't get there. Ball bounces once. Victor Martinez is going to be right on Cabrera's heels. It's a 2-run single for Bosch. And it's 8-1. So Burnett issuing some control or some walks, having some control problems. And Gardenhire's going to come out and get him.
Yeah, Bosch getting his second hit of the ball game, driving in a couple runs. He now with 18 RBIs in the ball game. And Cabrera and Martinez score.
A couple more for the Tigers. They lead at 8-1, and Jim Hoey's going to come in. If you don't have a Twins Reward MasterCard, right now is the perfect time to sign up for one. You can sign up now, earn a huge signing bonus, and earn points toward $25 reward certificates. To sign up today, call 800-33-TWINS.
Well, Jim Hoey coming out of the bullpen. He got the loss in that 11-inning loss to the Boston Red Sox last night. It was Carl Crawford. Ended up getting that RBI double off that green monster, coming in for the 8th time of the year. Hoey, 28 years old, pitched for the Orioles back in 2006 and 7. He's gone through the Tommy John surgery, right shoulder surgery. Been working on that split finger along with a very good fastball.
So many high hopes for the Twins coming into the season, and it's just been a frustrating first month and a half, and
that's okay.
Not happy at
Twins
all.
Will come back. Don't worry.
Well, Brandon Inge will hit against Jim Hoey. Hoey gave up the double on a pitch that was about 6 inches off the ground to Carl Crawford in the 11th inning last night. Crawford asked after the game about facing Hoey in the game-winning double, and he said, look, this guy throws so hard, I was just trying to make contact. I wasn't trying to steer the ball off the wall or anything like that. I was just trying to put the ball in play. 1-0 to Inge. Popped up and out of play. Nobody out here. And the Tigers already have a couple of runs they might not need.
Oh, another good crowd here, 38,949.
One and one. 98 up and in. Rays have tied the Indians top of the 8th inning in Cleveland, 4 apiece. And Morneau tracking this foul pop, but it's out of play. Kind of a weird homestand again. We got 2 games here with Detroit in 24 hours essentially. We got a noon game tomorrow, then an off day, and then 3 games, then it's back on the road again. The Twins will try their luck on the left coast instead of the right coast.
Yeah, only time we go to Seattle for a 2-game series, and then Oakland for a couple games, and then out to Arizona to play the Diamondbacks.
Two and two. And now 3-2.
That's that split finger right there, just missing low.
And flip foul by Inge. Young man, I don't know if he's got school tomorrow, but he's got a baseball he's going to take home with him.
Show and tell.
Popped up, might be playable. Morneau near his dugout. And he makes the catch, and there finally is the first out of the 7th inning. And it'll bring up Alex Avila. Avila laid down a sacrifice in the 4th inning, officially 0 for 2 with a couple of ground balls. Driven deep to left field. Chased by Tassoni. Nice running catch on the warning track. That's a fine running catch by the Twins left fielder. 2 down.
Well, it sure is. I mean, he tracked this ball, put his head down, and just kept going, and finally caught up to it. Ball had some hang time, so allowed Tassoni with his speed. You can see him right there tracking the ball. Makes a nice running catch for the 2nd out of the inning. Good concentration.
So Hoey's gotten 2 men out here in the 7th, and now he'll face Austin Jackson. Strike 1. Jackson, pair of hits. He was intentionally walked once. Pitch up, and it's fouled straight back. 2 strikes. Jackson, as we mentioned before, led the league in strikeouts with 170, and he's on a pace to push 200 right now.
Got 47 strikeouts so far for Jackson.
And we're roughly about a quarter of the way through or 1/5 of the way through the season, I guess. Foul back. I know one of the more strikeout prone hitters that you played with, I suspect, was Bobby Darwin. I mean, Bobby Darwin would hit the ball an awful long ways, but without the home run frequency as Harmon Killebrew, he struck out an awful lot.
Yeah, he swung hard. Jackson, same thing. He swings hard.
And
he strikes out there.
Strikeout. And that ends the inning. So Hoey comes in, retires 3 men. It's time for the 7th inning stretch, brought to you by Medica. Unbeatable flavor. And by the new Quest 5-year price lock promise. Visit quest.com/promise for more details. It's 8-1. Tigers took control of the game early, knocking Francisco Liriano out. Or rather, he took himself out, not feeling well, had an illness, not an injury, which we feared at the time. Here's Brad Thomas facing Michael Cuddyer. Cuddyer and Thomas, with Casper Wells in right field, were teammates as they came through the Twins organization. And in 2001, they were teammates in New Britain, Twins AA ball club. They had gotten into the playoffs and were on the verge of elimination on September 10th when Cuddyer hit a walk-off home run in a playoff game to extend the playoff series for New Britain at the time. If not for that, Brad Thomas was ticketed to fly back home to Australia through San Francisco on Flight 93. That was hijacked, made it almost to Cleveland, turned around and ended up crashing with the heroism of the pilot or the passengers on Flight 93 in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. So Cuddyer told that story the other day on the after Osama bin Laden had been killed, and it's just you don't understand how careers are linked. And here they were teammates at the time. Now Cuddyer bounces out against Thomas, and in some respects, Thomas owes his very life to something that Michael Cuddyer did on a baseball field. Here's Tassone, who homered his last time up. Tassone leading off the 5th, drove one over the wall in right center field for his first big league home run. And now Thomas hits him in the shoulder with a pitch.
Yeah, that's a breaking ball right there.
And that'll bring up Luke Hughes. So a battle of Australians here. Pepsi Max in-game box score.
Well, you can see only 3 hits for the Twins here tonight, and Rene Tassone with the biggest hit for the Twins, his solo home run, his first major league home run, coming off of Rick Porcello in the 5th inning.
Hughes with a bouncer to short and a walk. Ball 1. And now fouled away, 1-1. Thomas's first year of professional baseball back in 1996, so he's been at this a while. Went over to Japan for a couple of years.
Originally signed
or Korea, I should say.
Dodgers. Yep.
Been a long way foul. Hughes' first professional year was 2003. I think some of the other Australians the Twins have had, of course, Grant Balfour. I want to say Glenn Williams, a third baseman. He also was from Australia, I believe. Players that have made it through the minor league system and played Major League Baseball with the Twins. Just off the inside corner, 2-2. And now ball 3. Last homestand when it snowed here at Target Field, Hughes said he'd never seen snow before. He'd seen it up in the mountains in Australia, but never seen it snow like it did here. And now tonight we had hail. Three and two. Pulled foul. Full count to Luke Hughes. That's hit high and deep and foul down the right field line. Still steamy. Usually you have a hard rain and maybe some hail and the air dries out a little bit, but you can see Hughes mopping the sweat from his forehead. 10:30 at night. Still very, very muggy. Foul. And this long battle between Australians continues. Three 2-strike fouls. That's rifled to the gap. Great at bat for Luke Hughes. It'll go all the way to the wall. Tassone around third. You're going to wave him in. And Hughes with an RBI double. And he won the battle between fellow Aussie Brad Thomas.
Yeah, finally got a fastball that he could handle. He pulled a couple foul right, one left, and then got one pretty much right down the middle of the plate. Luke Hughes putting a good swing on that. His second double, picking up his 5th RBI as Tassone scores all the way from first base.
We'll bring up Drew Butera. Butera for 2. And a strike. And now 2 strikes. Everybody waiting, of course, for Joe Mauer to return to the Twins lineup. No timetable. Joe addressed the media today to Gave everybody kind of an update on what's going on. Took batting practice on the field today for the first time.
They hit the ball pretty good, too.
You can imagine him continuing his activity here through the week or through the homestand. Then when the Twins leave on Sunday, there's no activity here anymore, and the Twins have always said there's a trip to Florida in his future to extended spring, and Twins might wait until then, perhaps, to send Mauer down to Florida where he can be in a baseball environment and try to ramp up his activities. And now 2-2. Thomas isn't winning too many fans in the dugout, I wouldn't imagine. He's pitching with a big lead, and he's throwing an awful lot of pitches. Gotten 4 outs on 32 pitches, and half those outs came on one pitch when he got a double play grounder. Two and two. Thomas has walked a guy, hit a guy, and then Hughes had that long battle and ended up getting an RBI double. Line foul. Butera almost certainly won't catch tomorrow, although there is an off day on Thursday. It's been kind of a long night here tonight with a bunch of different pitchers, a weather delay. Might see Rene Rivera do the catching tomorrow. A pop-up caught by Sizemore, out number 2. And that'll bring up Span. Span walked to start the ball game. Porcello struggled with his control in the first inning. He fell behind everybody, but managed to get some outs on some hitters' counts. But Span did walk, finished the inning at second base. He then singled and got the first Twins hit in the third. Ball one. And with his 1 for 2 nights, Span's average back over 300, where it's been most of the year. Breaking ball missing, 2-0.
You see Jim Leyland, so let's go and get that ball over the plate.
It's been a long night. We got a noon game tomorrow. Two and one. Hughes drove in a run with a double. Twins trying to get him around. Span hoping to get a hit to the outfield. Two and two. And Span strikes out to end the inning. We go to the 8th. And the Tigers are up 8-2.
Twins and may not be reproduced and retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Minnesota Twins, LLC.
Why in the name of Abner Doubleday would anybody want to retransmit this game?
I know that. I know. A couple Twins right there enjoying the game.
Well, we go to the 8th inning, and Scott Sizemore will hit against Jim Hoey. Hoey did a nice job in relief of Alex Burnett. Burnett ran into some difficulty walking a couple of guys, giving a couple of hits in the 7th inning. And then Hoey came in and in relative quick order retired the next 3 batters. And now if there's a blackboard in the Twins clubhouse, the way they'd like to draw it up would be to have Hoey get through the 8th and Joe Nathan somebody pitch the 9th and not have to exhaust the bullpen that's going to be needed in less than 24 hours. 1-1 to Sizemore. That's a fair ball. And Sizemore did not get a very friendly carom there. It hit the fan section jutting out. We saw plays like that down the left field line at Fenway Park over the weekend, and it's a single.
Yeah, he hit that ball sharply, hits that low wall there, and ricocheted right over to Kadire. So Sizemore picks up his first hit. And for the Tigers, her 10th.
Here's Casper Wells. I mentioned Wells' name earlier tonight as one of just, I believe, 4 right-handed batters who hit an opposite field home run here at Target Field last year. Big, strong right-handed hitter. And Hoey misses outside, ball 1. And there's that splitter. And he throws it on the outside corner for a strike.
Yeah, Casper Wells, 26 years old. That home run coming off of Jesse Crane, his first major league home run, coming on September 2nd.
And here's another deep fly down the right field line. Kadire chasing to the corner and off the padded wall. And Kadire has to chase it back toward the infield. Right down the line again. And Wells this time ends up at second with a double. So now Hoey running into the problems that Burnett ran into in the 7th in his second inning of work. Second and third, nobody out for Cabrera.
Yeah, Wells taking that ball the other way. Kadire thought about chasing after it, but you see where it hit right in the corner, and then Kadire has to chase it as it caroms back toward the infield.
Cabrera 1 for 2 with a couple of walks, one of them an intentional walk. And I guess fair to say it backfired on the Twins, because when they intentionally walked Cabrera in the 3rd, Victor Martinez followed with a 2-run single. Swing and a miss. Twins have the infield halfway in here. Two reasons the Tigers aren't going to have a contact play on, up by 6 runs. And they generally like these infielders as human beings, and with Cabrera at the plate, you don't want to bring them into the edge of the grass. There's Morneau. And Valencia on the other side. Fouled back. 2 strikes. Mariners had a 6-5 lead in bottom of the 13th. The Orioles got a couple of runs. It beat Seattle 7-6. A wasted night for Seattle. They score 6 runs and lose. They're having a tough time scoring runs too. Near wild pitch, but Sizemore stays put.
Again, not a lot of room here in Target Field behind the catcher and the backstop.
One and 2. And fouled into the seats. And another foul. I haven't seen Hoey get a lot of swings and misses. He got one in the 7th from Jackson to get out of the inning, but it seems like the Tiger hitters are making some contact.
Well, the fastball is pretty straight, and it's going to be 95 to 97. Maybe with a split finger, might have Cabrera out front. Another fastball fouled off.
97 miles per hour, but it sure doesn't look like Hoey's going to get one past Cabrera. Not a fastball, anyway.
Well, Hoey throwing strikes, 19 strikes in 25 total pitches.
There's a splitter, and Cabrera gets a piece of that.
Well, we've seen the splitter, 81 miles an hour, and then he'll top out at 97, 98.
Two and two. If you just joined us, Francisco Liriano got off to a good start, 1-2-3 in the first, and then he walked the 5th batter he faced, Victor Martinez. Johnny Peralta hit a 2-run home run, and then sometime during the 3rd inning, Liriano started feeling poorly and left after pitching 3 innings. It was blocked by Butera. Now the count's full. Full count to Cabrera, who's had a long battle here with Hoey, fouling off a lot of 2-strike pitches. Quite a battle for Cabrera. 6 2-strike fouls.
This will be pitch number 11. Excuse me, number 12. And this at bat.
Back to Hoey. And Cabrera finally is retired on the 12th pitch, 1 away. And now Victor Martinez, who's reached all 4 times.
Yeah, he walked in the second, an 2-run single in the 3rd inning. An RBI double in the 5th inning. And then a double in the 7th inning. So 3 for 3 in a ball game with 3 runs driven in.
And again, the hits have gone to the opposite field. Twins keeping the infield at a little bit short in depth. Butera digs it out. Dribbled to the right side. They're going to send the runner home. And Butera never tagged him. Morneau came home, and Butera caught the ball well in front of the plate and never put the tag on it.
That'll be a fielder's choice. And Sizemore sliding on the foul side of home plate. Ends up getting around Butera. Butera got too far in front of home plate, and Sizemore ended up sliding around him.
So a run batted in, still only 1 out in the inning. And Peralta to the plate. One and one.
Nice grab, one-handed grab by a fan down here to our right.
All the games you went to, did you ever leave early as a fan? Just before you were playing, you went as a kid in Southern California. Did you ever leave early?
Not at all, because we used to sneak it out on the field in Anaheim Stadium after the game. Sit in the dugout and fantasize that we were major leaguers. That ball gets away from Butera.
And a wild pitch will be charged to Hoey, but it's not.
I don't know. That ball hit his glove and just deflected away.
And look, I thought I saw him try to backhand it.
That'd be a pass ball to Butera. Take a look at the pitch right here.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Should have been caught. So that scores the second run of the inning. A lot of twos up on the board for the Tigers. 2 in the second, 2 in the third, 2 in the seventh, and now here 2 in the eighth. Well, the Tigers have a 10-2 lead.
Now the count's 2-2. Bouncer is short. Tolbert has it. To Morneau. Now there are 2 outs. Twins and Tigers in the afternoon tomorrow. First pitch at 12:10. The pregame ceremonies will include a salute to Francisco Liriano's no-hitter. Now you're going to be a part of that, aren't you?
Yes, I am. I believe me and Mr. Morris.
Tickets are available for tomorrow's game. Give a call to 833-TWINS or visit twinsbaseball.com and order. So 2 down.
There's Jack Morris.
Kyle Farnsworth just walked Michael Brantley with the bases loaded in Cleveland, and it's another walk-off win for the Indians. Fly to left, and Tassoni makes the catch. So 2 more for the Tigers, and they've got a 10-2 lead.
I'm Marnie Gellner back at Target Field in the bottom of the 8th inning. We hope you'll stay with us as our coverage continues after the final out with Quest Twins Live and the Toyota postgame wrap. We'll look at a very productive offensive night for Victor Martinez and the Tigers. Martinez has 3 hits and 4 runs knocked in for the Tigers, plus that bizarre 1 hour plus rain delay that turned into a hail delay, and reaction from manager Ron Gardenhire tonight. All coming up after the game, Dick and Bert.
All right, thank you very much, Marnie. Not a good half inning for Drew Butera, who appeared to catch Morneau's throw well in front of the plate and unable to make a tag. And then a couple pitches later, a pass ball allowing another run to score. And Daniel Schlereth will come out of the Tiger bullpen.
You know what, Dick, the last thing you want to do is start playing ugly, and that's what that inning was all about. That was an ugly inning, and that's why Ron Gardenhire, I think, he's got to speak up, which he did.
Schlereth will try to take care of the Twins here in the 8th, maybe even the 9th inning. Matt Tolbert will lead things off.
Yeah, Schlereth with a pretty good fastball in the low 90s, curveball, slider, and a changeup in his second season with the Tigers. Also pitched in Arizona with the Diamondbacks in 2009.
Strike 1 to Tolbert. Tolbert, Kubel, and Morneau scheduled to hit. Two strikes. One and two. It's not been obviously on a lot of fronts how the Twins wanted to start this homestand. Been too many games where they appear to be overmatched. Inside, and that may have hit Tolbert, and he brushed him. He'll take first base.
That looked like a breaking ball right there, and Tolbert, holding his ground, ends up taking first. See where this ball gets him. On the back foot, the right foot.
Here's Kubel. Single and a walk. And now inside a ball. And a strike. 1-1. Twins playing their 34th game. And are in danger of falling 10 games below the 500 mark.
Yeah, has been not very good Twins baseball. Not what we've come to expect. And it's been frustrating for those guys right there.
There we go. Renowned pitching coach, coaching staff that works as hard, if not harder, than anybody else in the business. The manager of the year who really cannot manage. You've got 4 guys with any. There's a drive to right field and a reaching catch by Wells in right. Kubel hit the ball hard for out number 1. Again tonight, it'll probably be the case again tomorrow. You're just going to have 4 guys that have a season's worth of major league at bats. 1 down. Here's Morneau. Morneau hit a ball hard in the 4th inning, lining out to the center fielder Jackson. 0 for 3. And a strike. Angels have a 6-2 lead over the White Sox. That game in the bottom of the 7th in Southern California. Everything else final in the American League. Texas beat Oakland. Toronto beat Boston. Yankees beat the Royals. Orioles beat the Mariners. And the Indians with another walk-off win in Cleveland. One and one. Bounce to the right side. Nice stop at second by Sizemore, and he throws him out. Very nice play by Scott Sizemore, taking a hit away from Morneau. 2 down. Here's the Home Depot doing more on defense and defending Mother Nature tonight. We got pounded by hail. Look at them. Hailstones bouncing on the Twins dugout. Verlander taking some BP.
But the ground crew did a great job of getting it off the field. Snow cones all around. Larry DeVito right there.
You know, his job was to get the field ready to the umpire's standards. And I don't know, honestly, what standards the umpires would hold with hail on the ground. Would they, for instance, have insisted that every hailstone be taken off the field while it would eventually melt?
The big ones.
Just the big ones?
Yeah, just the big ones.
But at least in the infield, I mean, you can understand why the umpires would say, hey, I'm sorry, we're not going to start playing until the hail is off the infield, although the infield was covered with a tarp.
Very good.
Thank you. But, otherwise it's like having a bunch of pebbles in the outfield. 1-0.
That's such a beautiful field. Larry DeVito and his crew do a great job here.
One and 0 to Valencia. Two and 0. A frustrating night at the ballpark. Three and 0. Well, we've seen both Tiger lefties out of their bullpen, and both of them have had their struggles. Thomas hit a batter, walked a guy in 2 innings. Schlereth hit a guy, and now he's fallen behind Valencia 3 and 0. Down the middle of strike. A long night all around, even if you're on the winning side of something like this. 10-2. And now Valencia walks, and that'll get Kanier to the plate with 2 men aboard. Kanier on the season has 3 solo home runs, and he's driven in his 4th run on a ground out. So a chance here with 2 men aboard and 2 out in a lopsided game to at least drive in some runs. Ball 1, Avila to the mound. Here comes Rick Knapp. Schlereth has thrown 18 pitches, half of them strikes. Hardly what you want when you have an 8-run lead.
Yeah, Matt Gath's getting loose in the Twins bullpen. He did not work in that Boston series.
Twins were hoping to push a run across in the top of the 11th and have him get a save opportunity last night, but that rally ran short. And then, of course, you're left with the prospect of needing a closer if you're going to pull a win out anyway, and so we never got into the ball game. Jim Hoey was used, and the Red Sox scored instead. 1-0 to Kanier. And now 1-1. Three home runs and 3 doubles, 6 extra base hits on the season for Kanier. Two and 1. I bet the next one's a strike. He's thrown 20 pitches, 10 balls, 10 strikes. He's alternated. The next one's going to be a strike. What do you want to bet?
Hopefully Kanier will hit it hard somewhere. Maybe a gapper.
You owe me $10. Now the next one, by extension, will be a ball.
Will be a ball.
Double or nothing.
Double or nothing.
2-2 to Kanayer. Busted bat and a bouncer to third.
Or even.
A hit batter and a walk. 2 are left on and a scoreless 8th. Well, the Rene Tassoni home run, about the only highlight here tonight, unless you like hail. And we go to the 9th inning. We steamroller forward to the 9th inning. And Brandon Inge will hit against Matt Capps.
Yeah, Capps last worked in that Chicago game where Nick Blackburn got a win. He pitched an inning and 2/3 in relief, ended up picking up his 5th save on the year. Luke Hughes takes over for Justin Morneau at first base as Alexi Casilla plays second now.
Inge, Avila, and Jackson to face Matt Capps. Foul back.
There's Casilla at second as Luke Hughes moves over to first. So Justin out of the ball game.
A little bit low, and it's 1-1. Capps has obviously done fine this year. 11 hits, 14 in the 3rd innings. Hasn't walked anybody, and that really stands out on the Twins this year.
A good changeup right there by Matt Capps.
Five saves. Joe Nathan had 3, and a breaking ball. Inge strikes out, 1-1. Important to have Capps get through this 9th inning without burning too much of the candle here, because the Twins hope would be needed tomorrow to save a ball game. One down, and here is Avila. I'm curious what the Tigers do behind the plate tomorrow, whether Avila would get to start the day game after the night game, whether Victor Martinez would start. The other day, Jim Leland had a situation where he pinch ran for Victor Martinez with Avila catching, I believe in the 7th inning. And then, of course, I mean, if something happens and they're both in the game and something happens to Avila, you move Martinez behind the plate, you lose the DH for the balance of the game. That's bad enough, but he actually took Martinez out of the game, and there's not another catcher other than Brandon Inge, I suppose, who used to catch,
right,
who'd be eligible to catch in the event Avila went out. Two and one. Two and two. And now a full count. Give you some idea how long a night it's been for the Twins. Avila, the 9th place batter. This is his 5th plate appearance. Jackson will have a 6th plate appearance. That's dumped behind third, and Valencia retreats to the outfield grass, out number 2.
A nice running catch right there by Danny Valencia. Yeah, when you give up 11 hits, 10 runs, 9 walks.
Lefty Phil Koch going for the Tigers, and Scott Baker for the Twins.
Yeah, Baker's been pitching very well as of late, and Phil Koch, he's on that bubble. You know, they're looking at him. Maybe if he doesn't pitch real well, he might be out of that starting rotation.
Strike one to Jackson. Strike two to Jackson. Misses outside. Tigers came here after having a good series against the Blue Jays, winning 3 of 4. Took 3 out of 4 from the Yankees before that. Jackson strikes out for the second time tonight. The Caps has a 1-2-3 ninth. Reset the game.
Well, Victor Martinez having a good night at the plate. 3 hits. He's driven in 4 runs. Let's see Rene Tassoni hit his first major league home run in the 5th inning off of Rick Porcello, the starter. for the Detroit Tigers. Liriano had a no-hitter going with 1 out in the second inning, and he lost his no-hitter on that home run by Johnny Peralta. 2-run home run.
So Rene Tassoni will lead off the 9th inning against Brian Villarreal.
Villarreal in his rookie season for the Tigers, making his 13th appearance. Fastball, very good slider, and a changeup. Young man, 23 years old, from Venezuela.
And Tassoni has scored a couple of runs. One on his first home run of the year over the scoreboard in the right center field. 1 strike. Foul back, 2 strikes. Pitchers of record, Liriano and Porcello, the starters. Never give up. Put your rally caps on. One and 2. Tassoni, Hughes, and Butera. Tassoni fouls it back. The hope is that before this homestand is over with, Delman Young might be able to rejoin the ball club. He got 5 at-bats in an extended spring game today and got 3 infield hits. And upon hearing that, Ron Gardenhire said, bring him up. He'd fit right in. That's kind of been the Twins' offense here. A lot of singles. And, of course, what they need is for Young to drive the ball and get some extra base hits. But just to have him back in the lineup, I think, would be a welcome sight. 1 down.
Villarreal turning 24 years old here today. So happy birthday, young man.
Here's Luke Hughes. Had a great at bat in the 7th inning against Brad Thomas and ended up doubling in a run against his fellow Australian. Strike 1, says Hunter Wendelstedt. Fly ball to right field. Wells coming in, and that's out number 2. Ben Revere is going to hit for Drew Butera. Butera had gone 0 for 3. I asked Revere this afternoon how his wrist was. Remember, he made a really nice catch at Fenway Park early in the ball game last night. He kind of rolled over the wrist a little bit. But he said he was fine.
Yeah, Ben Revere just 1 hit in 14 at-bats.
Hit came in his first at-bat in Boston, and then he kind of had a tough time after that. 1-0. Line foul. Two and 1. And 3 and 1. Span on deck. If Revere can extend the ball game. 3-2. And Revere drops a base hit into left. So that breaks his hitless skid. And keeps the game alive and gets Span another at bat.
Just taking that ball the other way. Revere gets a base hit. For the Twins, just their 5th hit of the ball game.
Here's Span, walked in the first, singled in the third, since then a fly ball and a strikeout. Two strikes. And Span asks for time. Ball game started 4 hours and 15 minutes ago. Rain, hail delay of an hour and 4 minutes. 1-2. Mentioned the Detroit bullpen, and they've had some issues, and I think we've seen some of the issues here. They've had some erratic control by some of the guys that Jim Leyland's put out there. Brad Thomas struggled. Schlereth didn't give up a hit, but he hit a batter and walked a guy. And now Villarreal having a tough time polishing off Span. And another 2-2 pitch coming. And charges and ends the game. And the Tigers convincingly win the opener. 10-2. Quick turnaround, Anthony LaPanta, for both teams. And the Twins hope the turnaround will get them in the win column tomorrow noon.
It's a day game tomorrow. We'll preview that. We'll hear from Ron Gardenhire. We'll take a look at how the Tigers got to Francisco Liriano